Good morning, everyone. Let's start by talking about the trades I took yesterday. I started this stream a little bit earlier. Good morning, Money Glitch. I started this live stream earlier because I think I made some mistakes during yesterday's live stream. Yesterday was not one of my best performances, and the main purpose for these live streams are improving ourselves and learning more. So I wanna first start talking about with that mistakes. Um, Yesterday's biggest mistake was just opening a long position from this level just because I have seen some imbalances, right? Especially after price took a high recently. And when I look at the higher time frame range, we were basically inside of this range, and we were really close to the highs of the range. There are multiple highs over here. This was the expensive side of the range, right? The premium. So I believe I should have been more cautious, and I shouldn't have just jumped into a long position over here. I entered after price left these imbalances after this candlestick closure, almost very top of the day. And I believe the reason I entered this trade was actually FOMO, fear of missing out, but I didn't notice it back then. I justified it in my head, and I think I just felt a little overconfident because of the performance of the recent live sessions. It has been going really great, and I felt overconfident, and I started clicking just anything. I believe this was a mistake. And this second long setup over here, normally, this is not a wrong setup, but normally this setup was a kind of stop loss that I could have dodged if I didn't spend my mental capital over here. That's why mental capital is really very important. If I didn't take out this setup over here, and if I didn't get stopped out over here, I probably wouldn't take out this as well, and I wouldn't stop out. Maybe I could have taken this one, or maybe I would just wait for the main setup. This got stopped out, alright, but price gave another opportunity after sweeping this low over here, right? The main idea was price swept some liquidity points, and then price started turning back higher, and price created a fractal liquidity sweep. This failed, and that's okay. Sometimes it is going to fail. That's the nature of trading. If I didn't wasted too much mental capital over here, I could have just waited. This could have been my first stop loss, and then I could have just easily taken this trade, right? This is another fractal sweep setup, and this one played out very well. So after that, price created a nice crossover, simple moving average crossover. After that crossover, price left multiple imbalances, left this area away, and there was a tap high over here. Lower lows after the tap high, price came back to sweep this with double top, and then another this is not an SPS, but it is an internal liquidity sweep, a fractal liquidity sweep. It's the same thing. And this one over here is another fractal liquidity sweep with SBS on these highs. So after I was done for the session, I took some paper trades over here just to remind myself that instead of trying this kind of stuff, especially when the daily chart is consolidating, I mean, I really think this was just a big mistake. I didn't lose anything with this mistake. It was just an evaluation, but still, I shouldn't be making this kind of mistakes, and I should be really aware of this kind of stuff if I really want to improve myself and if I really want to start risking real capital. If I want to start a real brokerage account, then I should be very cautious about this kind of stuff. I mean, this thing after this expansion, right? Price making this expansion and taking out the overnight session high. This only plays out when the daily chart is already bullish. Okay, it's that simple. If we start a new journey towards the all-time highs, maybe even further, then we can think about these kind of long setups, momentum setups. But otherwise, when the higher time frame is consolidating like that, zoom out, you can easily see that. Just look at the 50-minute chart. We can easily see this consolidation, right? So I believe it was just a mistake to open a long position around here. And if I really wanted to open a position after seeing multiple imbalances, I could have done it over here, right? I mean, patterns doesn't mean anything by themselves. The context is much more important. And over here, I just ignored the context and I just clicked on a pattern, right? There is multiple imbalances over here. It is a pattern. And also there is multiple imbalances over here as well. Both patterns, first one is pretty well because you are buying it at cheaper levels. It is really important when the price is range bound, okay? When price is range bound, we gotta buy low, sell high, and sell high, buy low. When price is in a bullish trend, then we can buy high and sell higher, because in bullish trends, price may not retrace at all. It might keep expanding higher. And if, by the way, I'm talking about higher time frame trends. If the higher time frame trend is bearish, then we can sell low and sell even lower. Because when it is in a bullish trend, when price is in a bullish trend, people who wait to buy at the lowest price will keep waiting because price would be expanding. And people who try to sell high will get stopped out because price would keep expanding higher, and vice versa for bearish trends. In bearish trends, if people are trying to buy it cheap, right? Imagine this is a higher time frame trend. If people are trying to buy cheaper, then they will keep getting stopped out because price will just keep expanding lower until it reverses back higher. So I believe this was the number one mistake. And I believe acknowledging these kind of mistakes are really essential for our growth. Okay? I mean, I'm not acknowledging these mistakes just to be transparent or just to be a kind, honest guy. I'm just acknowledging these mistakes just to improve myself. If I want to get better at this, if I want to become a better trader, I have to acknowledge these kind of mistakes so I don't do them in the future. So I think this was a mistake, and after this mistake, these trades were not too bad, but still they were not optimal as well. I mean, the only good trade I took was around this level, but since I started with a bad trade, this good trade was my last bullet for the day, or my mental energy was dropped, and so I couldn't trade these levels. I just needed to get away from the charts because I was already exhausted myself with this. And I think this yesterday I noticed one of my weakest points. I mean, I believe this is something I really need to improve. Whenever I see a one-sided directional price like this, this is the only kind of price action that I feel FOMO, right? I traded these kind of price actions when I first became profitable in 2024. So I believe this kind of price action has got some kind of memory. I mean, in 2024, price would just keep going higher. And if you buy, you couldn't be wrong if you bought. So I think I just reverted back to old memories, old feelings. I'm only human. These kind of things can happen, but I think I need to acknowledge this was a mistake. I mean, I could have bought from this level after right before this moving average crossover if I was going to trade something else than SBS. And yeah, this was simply FOMO, and I'm not beating myself about it because I'm just glad I noticed it, and I'm just glad I noticed one of my weakest points, which is feeling an impulse to enter a trade after seeing an one-sided expansion like this one. I mean, if you were watching the live session yesterday, you might remember I was mentioning this level before price came here, but with this FOMO I couldn't wait for this level. So yeah, it's just like that. I mean, this wasn't a bad price action. I mean, price didn't do anything that it doesn't do. I just couldn't manage this day properly, and I should be careful next time, because if I'm going to trade with live accounts, I shouldn't make these kind of mistakes. And I want to mention this short setups once again. I believe it was a nice short setup because price was expanding toward the previous daily close level. I believe this was a really nice short setup because price was already taking out this previous day high over here. Okay, this is the previous day high level. This is the overnight session high. All right, let's make them black and mark them. Overnight high, and this was previous day high. Price was already taken this level, but price also took out the overnight session, and we see a nice accumulation, nice consolidation right above this previous day high level. This is our previous day high level, right? This excuse me, this black line is the previous day high level. Price is consolidating above it, and price is leaving this consolidation away with multiple imbalances. So then price is using this old weekend gap, especially the high part, as a resistance level before coming back to this previous day close level. This is the previous day close. Yeah, if I just stayed a little more patient, I could have taken this long, or I could have caught these short setups over here. I mean, this was a pretty nice short, right? Price is tapping this level, taking out this fractal liquidity, turning back lower, and doing this once again. Another fractal liquidity, tapping the midpoint of the weekend gap, and then starting the expansion lower. Right, this was the place I exited. Price made yet another low and tested this another weekend gap over here. This is another old weekend gap. So yeah, I just wanted to mention those mistakes and acknowledge them, and study the price action, so I can improve myself and I would act properly next time. So let's get back to today's price action and see what's been going on. And I believe doing the same things over and over again is sign of consistency. If we want to stay consistent, we should be doing the same stuff consistently. So once again, I want to zoom out to this daily chart, and I want to remind ourselves that we are inside of a big daily range, and inside of this range, price makes smaller range, and price respects the boundaries or extremes of the ranges most of the times, and it seems like that is still the case. So this was the most extreme low that was taken, and price which is previous monthly low, let's mark it PML, and price respected this level. And let's look at the monthly chart and just mark previous month close level as well. This is the closing price of February, and this is the opening price of February, but opening price is really far away, so we don't need to check it out. This previous monthly close level is also a nice weekend gap level, right? This is the closing price over here. Close of the February is also the highest point of this gap. So I think that level should stay on our chart as well. And finally, I want to mark previous day low, PDL, and previous day high. I think I should do this every day, regularly, to create the narrative and remind myself where the price has been, right? So I can create my context or my narrative more objectively and more properly. So I will now zoom into 4-hour chart, and I will remind myself that, okay, we are close to midpoint of this bigger range over here. If I just mark the most extreme points of the range, we will be close to the midpoint, but we didn't reach there yet. And also I wanna draw the range subjectively as well to see where this midpoint goes. By subjectively, I mean I will use places where price visited multiple times. For example, I will not use the most extreme low. Instead, I will use these lows. This low, and these over here, and this one, and this one, right? So this kind of looks like a nice place to draw the range subjectively, and for the range high, I will just do something like that. And when I draw my range subjectively, I see that price did not come to the midpoint yet. Maybe over here, but I will not force it too much. Now, when I look at this bigger range, I see that price is in the discount levels, but when I zoom in, I see another range over here, right? And it is a pretty clean range, I guess. If I just use these levels over here, yeah, this looks like a nice one. If I look at this range, price is above the midpoint. So yesterday, I was only focused on the bigger range, so I couldn't notice that price was near the near these small ranges or these recent ranges highs. So I was too bullish and I was blind to possible retracements or maybe consolidations. Previous day close. Yeah, I will mark previous day close right now. It is already marked with our indicator, the daily gap indicator, but still I will mark it like that. And there is no gap today. Almost there is no gap. There's a little one over here, but that doesn't really matter for me for now, because I already marked the levels. Okay, now we marked our levels. Hi AJ, were you the one? I think you were the one who asked me to mark the levels first, right? Hey Burhan, thank you for your kind wishes. So let's zoom into 15-minute chart to mark our overnight levels as well. Okay, this is the overnight session for today. Let's make it a thin line. Overnight session low or overnight low. And this over here is the overnight high. Let's lock this as well. So on 5-minute chart, I want to mark this 5-minute candle with the deviation levels, but don't extend them. Okay, let's keep them like that. And maybe just close the levels. Yeah, it's better like that. Okay. So the levels are marked, and let's start observing price. We are on this weekend gap right now, and honestly my bias has not changed yet. I am going to hide this gap so the price would look much cleaner, but I can open them back. I want to close this moving average as well. Alright, these are just our levels. And on the daily chart, I expect this high to be taken, but I'm not sure when that would happen. Not sure if it would happen today or tomorrow or maybe even next week. So I will be more cautious this time. I believe our higher time frame, I mean closest higher time frame target is this daily gap over here. It is a liquidity void. Price never traded over these levels, so this is the higher time frame target, but I mean it is not too far away. It wouldn't be so difficult for price to reach this out today, but I'm not going to just assume, because well, we are consolidating, we are close to the midline of the bigger range, and we are close to premium side of the smaller range. So today might be another small day like it was yesterday. Yesterday was really a small range day. Price couldn't even expand 20 more points. So it was a small day, less than 2%. So today I'm not going to force anything toward that levels over there, and I will stay more cautious. AJ says I suggested it a few days ago. Someone else asked yesterday. Okay, I marked them the night before using the 1 day candle high low and lower time frame for 4 p.m. previous day close. All right. Do you use these levels as well? New York close is this one, and also this futures closing time. Or do you only use the levels that you mentioned? Okay, let's get back to the chart. I want to check regular trade hours. The gap is still small. Let me zoom out a bit. Yeah, regular trade hours makes more sense than electronic trade hours, I guess. Did price test these levels? Yes. It looks nice. These levels were tested yesterday, and this is the previous monthly closing price. We see a bounce over here. I believe it would be nice to see a retracement back to this level, taking out this 930 open. A little weak, and then turning back higher. Maybe tapping into the previous daily close level. That would be nice to see. And then price turning back higher. That might be something nice. So right now, I see that price is taking out this high over here. I think this is a nice level. I think this level might push price a little. Price might receive some selling pressure at these levels. Maybe price might tap this imbalance over here, which is a candle without a wick, as you can see. Also, overnight session high is around this level as well. I'm going to try a paper short setup after price takes out these levels. Not trying to make money with that paper short. I just want to experience. Okay, AJ says just levels I mentioned, following what Stoic recommends. Yeah, I saw recent videos on that topic, and yeah, I believe these are great levels, and I believe these levels might be used by institutions, big players. I'm not sure about that, but I believe it might be something like that because they are receiving really nice reactions. And I have been using these levels for more than a year, I guess. Maybe. I mean, you probably hear me talking about daily gaps and weekend gaps, and all of that gaps are just previous day close and current daily opening prices. For example, as you can see here, there's a little small, very small box over here, the green box. This is the gap that formed between yesterday's closing price and today's opening price. So this is previous day close and this is current daily open, and between that the daily gap, and I have been using these gaps for a quite while. And Two patterns, continuation or turnaround. Yes. Either reversal or a either swing failure pattern and reversal, or let me check this one. I will turn back to regular trade hours. I would like to see price making one last sweep and then turning back lower. So I will start taking that paper trade. This is just to get some experience, just to get some feeling, right? I'm not trying to take my real trades right now. And I'm using the paper trades for potential ideas. I will keep doing that, and when I'm doing that, I might stumble across something really nice. I mean, I might find something that works very well for me. Now I really want to see price turning back higher, making one last sweep, taking out this stop loss and tapping this exact level over here. Let me show it on the 1 minute chart. I want to see a tap into this level. Let me show it on regular trade hours. It looks like this on regular. My bias is currently bullish, but I'm not going to rush to get a long setup right now. I want to see what happens on this consolidation area. As you can see, price has been consolidating since the open. I mean, with the open, price created this big candle over here and then it started consolidating right here. I want to see what happens. I want to see how long is it going to consolidate. Okay, AJ tells something else. AJ says he has been using these levels along with marking shit show levels. When it is too ugly, choppy, better waiting. However, yesterday afternoon I was paper trading effortlessly. Wanted to send screenshots. You can send screenshots on this chat if you want. You can send them on Twitter through DMs. My DMs are open, and I believe I follow you on Twitter. So you can send me on Twitter if you wish, or you can just simply share this on community over here. However you want to. It would be really nice to talk about those experiences, share our insights, learn more together. Okay. This is the RTH chart on 5 minutes. Let's watch this box. It is a nice origin area, I guess. I want to see. Yeah, I would be happy to see price coming back all the way down to these levels. Maybe this levels over here. It would be nice to see that. Previous day close is a nice level. $25.10. All right, let's This is the previous day close level. Price now almost tapped this RTH gap, regular trade hours gap. I wanna see price tapping this and coming back to this previous day close level. Let's just mark that same levels with ES as well. Today I'm not going to check ES chart too much. I will just mark the levels. That's it. This is previous day low and previous day high. And previous day close. All right. I will mark these levels as well, I guess. Previous week open. I believe these are really nice key levels as well. Okay. Let's get back to Nasdaq. Red sell side imbalance. Yeah, this looks nice. I want to show something about the imbalances. See, this is a 1 minute imbalance over here. And when we zoom into 15-second chart, it looks like this. This is the area, consolidation area, this little area over here. This is the break. This one is the tap, which is second sequence, lower low, third sequence, sweep of tap, and then turning back lower. And using this 200 SMA as a nice level, a resistance level. Price almost reached to the previous day close on Nasdaq. I guess micro Nasdaq already tapped the previous day close. Just let me check it. No, this is the previous day close. Okay, it's not there yet. This is today's open, and I want to turn back to regular trade hours. It would be nice to see another low and then a strong reversal back higher. If I see that another low into previous day close and sharp reversal back higher, after that reversal I might take a long SPA setup. Otherwise I'll be waiting. Hi Amer, welcome, it's nice to see you. Let's see if price comes back to this previous day close, or does it just bounce from this today's opening level? This is why I try to focus more on this gap itself rather than the previous daily closing price, because it is just a single line and the next one is a gap, and I believe this is a nice place to take a profit for short setups. I mean, let's wait and see if price does another low over here. And in the meantime, let's check our economic calendar. All right, Trump speaks at the end of the day. Good, there is no significant news on 10 a.m. I don't like that news. I don't like trading them. Oh, also, something else I want to mention is when I was trading yesterday, I was too zoomed in. I mean, I wasn't looking the chart like this, right? I was looking at the chart like this. I believe this is something really important, really. I mean, if you see something like that, right? If you zoomed in too much, this seems like something huge, right? But if you zoom out, it's because I used to scalp too much in the past, and that zooming in too much is just an old habit. And I believe zooming in too much is not always optimal, because I miss the bigger picture when I zoom into price too much. Now it seems like it is coming back to these levels. And the reason I took this short was just, it was a nice example. I mean, in electronic trade hours, it doesn't look very clean, but when we look at the regular trade hours, it looks very clean. This is the consolidation area, right? Price leaving the area with a nice imbalance, and if we look at the 1 minute chart, price leaves the area with multiple imbalances, then tap lower low and sweep the tap but another lower low, so this becomes another tap on 5 minute chart, for example. This turns into a tap high, and now price comes back, takes out that once again, and then immediately turns back lower. So I believe this was an okay short setup. The only thing I wasn't sure was price did not sweep this wickless candlestick over here. I mean, it has wick on micro chart, but it doesn't have wick on mini chart, mini Nasdaq. I believe today price might want to visit this level once again, so I believe this high might not be a strong high, and structure looks bullish as well. So, and higher time frame target is eventually this box over here, this liquidity void. So I believe today price might turn back higher to take out these levels. So I'm not going to take a short setup. The reason I didn't take out this short setup on my evaluation accounts and I just clicked the paper, I just wanted to get the experience instead of immediately trying too hard to get some profits, right? I mean, from now on, I will do my best to keep my focus on sharing my knowledge, sharing my experiences, and just focusing on my growth, focusing on learning, because the more I focus on the result, the more I focus on making money right now or passing evaluations, making profits, the worse it gets. And when I let go of the outcome and just focus on the process or focus on sharing, everything gets easier for me. I really don't know the reason, but I think it's some kind of law of nature. So I'm not trying to force to get profits. Instead, I will focus on our learning process. That would be best for all of us. Now price took out this little high over here, little tap high. I am not going to take a short position, but I am not going to take a long as well. I'm still suspicious about price not retracing back to previous day close level. I mean, of course, price might leave this level away. Yes, already tested the previous day close, and it is even below that level. Let me check it once again. Yes, this is the previous day close level on ES. Yeah, ES looks a little bearish. I don't know, it would be nice to see that ES sweeping this previous day low, coming back once again, sweeping this and then turning back higher, so that Nasdaq can tap into previous day close as well. But it's not something guaranteed. I mean, because price already tested this high level of the gap, the daily opening gap. Oh no, microchart tested the gap, but mini could not test the gap because of the difference between opening prices. All right, okay. Let's wait and see what happens. This short couldn't give too much because the entry wasn't optimal and it was just a scalp setup. The problem with scalp setups is if you don't time your entries very well. Good morning, Andre. Andre says long at 57 levels, 56 levels. Yeah, great levels. Andre probably took some partials or profits. That was a nice, good expansion over there. And let me check the hourly chart real quick. I believe now we might be coming back to this high over here. But this time I will be more careful, more cautious. Price didn't tap the previous day close. And on micro chart, micro Nasdaq, price tapped the daily open level, this daily gap, and then turn back higher. And on E-mini chart, price could not tap these levels. Just it came near the previous day close, but it didn't tap it. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes it happens. It's all good. Now I want to turn back to regular trade hours. And I kind of feel like this regular trade hours gap was a nice level to be watching. It would be nice to see this level working as a support level right now. Let's see how it goes. I will check 5-minute chart. Okay. As you can see here, when we look below the price, we have got this consolidation area, and inside of that consolidation area we have this one over here, this little area, a nice move origin. And when we look above, we see another consolidation area, right? And yeah, inside of that area, we got this little consolidation over here. Maybe this one, I don't know. This looks a little cleaner. So price came back to the lower level, received some reaction, bounced from it, and now came to higher levels. Price seems like it is receiving some reaction from that level as well. When I look at the overall trend, it kind of seems like eventually this one will play out, this bullish one will play out, and price will take out this previous day high, and maybe even the high that I was targeting yesterday. Andre jumped in a nice long position, I guess, especially after this failed swing. It was looking pretty nice. This failed swing and closure of this candlestick. But I just wanted to observe a little more. Dr. Ömer is here. Good morning, Ömer. I mean, today I will be just patient. I'm not going to rush anything. I'm not chasing the price with FOMO. Hi, Oddmark. Welcome. Ömer has got very specific levels for us. Let us check it. Monday. $11 a.m. opening price, which is this one over here. After price tap. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's my mistake. This is Tuesday. Monday is right here. Yeah, nice one. A candle without a wick. Nice target. Yeah, it is a nice target for shorts. I first wait for this high to be taken. This little swing high over here. Before looking at this targets below. And the only reason is that price took a big low and turned back higher, so price might take a small high over here. A big and important low, turn back inside, and a little high over here. I believe price might take out this one before this high is taken. I'm not looking for bearish targets. And right above this high, we have got this nice gap over here. It is a liquidity void. Price never traded on this level. Let me show it on electronic trade hours. On electronic trade hours, it looks like this. A real gap. And on regular, it looks like this. Still a real gap. So my current higher time frame target is this level. After this level, I will be just watching the price. If price turns this area into support and then keeps going higher, then I might look for other areas. But right now, I'm just focused on these levels. This level over here is nice as well. If price takes out these levels, then reverses back lower, I believe that's a possibility. If price takes out these levels, it might easily reverse back lower. If that happens, then this would be a nice target for me as well. I like that idea. Thank you for sharing your humble opinion, Ömer. That is a nice insight. Not too far away. Okay. Let me show the levels on here. Price came back this low level, expanded higher, tapped the 200 level. Now it seems like it is coming back lower. Price is right inside of this range once again. Let me check the 5-minute once again. Yeah, I'm not very bullish right now because of this bearish pattern over here. But if price takes out this low and then turns back higher, then it could be a nice 5-minute SBS, 5-minute liquidity sweep. I don't know if that happens, but if that kind of stuff happens, sweep this and then turn back higher, then I would definitely be bullish. And price didn't print an SBS right now. I mean, it didn't print a clear pattern. This was nice. And this consolidation was nice as well. Price nicely closed higher, but after this, I couldn't see something like tap and higher high. Price immediately turned back inside of this range and ignored this imbalance over here. So I would rather stay patient right now. Wait to see what price is doing. I mean, this is clearly consolidation, and I want to see the moving averages indicator, and moving averages looks kind of weird, I guess. A strong bounce from this level and then our fractal liquidity sweep pattern could be a nice long entry. Otherwise, I just want to watch and see what happens. I mean, price created this crossover here. By the way, we are looking at on RTH chart, and after checking the RTH, I will look at electronic trade hours as well. This looks a little weird. I don't know. I want to check electronic too. Yeah, electronic traders looks like the crossover already happened. Price might have started an expansion, but the angle of this doesn't look very promising. This 20 looks okay, but I don't know. I wanna stay patient a little bit more. I mean, I can see there is some nice levels, and I can see that these levels may play out very well if I just stay patient. I think I should mark this 5-minute imbalance as well. It is a buy imbalance, buy side imbalance. And watch how this 5-minute candlestick closes. Because if you watch carefully, this was a setup trigger on 5-minute, but that setup is inside of an imbalance. Something like that. If price gets some instant reaction from this kind of setup, I mean if price just drops lower with some imbalances, that could be a bearish sign, but it seems like price is not doing that. So I don't know, currently it doesn't look very bearish. Also, there is a single imbalance over here on 5-minute chart, but on this side there are multiple imbalances, and price, after price fulfilled the imbalance, price just tap this imbalance for the second time, and this is the third time price testing this imbalance. And eventually, if this imbalance gets exhausted, price might keep turning back higher, keep expanding higher. So price is right between at this moving averages. This worked as a support, and this looks like working as a resistance at this moment. And on electronic traders it looks similar as well. I don't really know. 15-second doesn't show me anything, so I will zoom out to 1 minute back and even 5-minute. Yeah, I wanna see what happens at these levels. I wanna see what is going on. I don't want to enter a position yet. These candles are big, but not going anywhere really. I mean, we are still inside of this range over here. I mean, I have been talking almost for an hour and price didn't really went to anywhere, just took out some levels, and it's really close to this opening level over here, 930 open. And candlesticks are not, yeah, candlesticks are getting smaller. Some of them are really big, but this one was huge, almost 100 points, really nice. But volatility is getting lower, I guess. Ömer says, let the market print until feeling the clarity. Action is just a decision, but you cannot decide what market is going to print in the future. Yeah, that's really insightful. I totally agree with that. Thank you for sharing your ideas with us. Um, and this trading is really something weird, something interesting, especially the scalping. I mean, it shouldn't be difficult to be patient, but price constantly bombards us with new information over and over again. Every candlestick is a new information, and that new information is uh, something like a trigger, I guess. I don't know. It's really interesting. I mean, it's weird that sometimes it gets difficult to be patient, right? I'm going to delete this one. Price already tested that level. Let's check gold. And let's do the same thing with gold as well. This is previous day low and previous day high. And previous day close. This looks really ugly for my eye. Yeah, this looks like something. A tap low on hourly chart, 50-minute. Okay. 5 and 1. News release high, CPI high. How did CPI go? I don't really care, but I just wanna. Yeah, I see. I don't need to care. I'm not taking any trade right now. Yes, me neither. Gold and NQ not looking fine. I agree. I agree with you. And I'm not taking any trades as well. I just clicked one short setup. Scalp. It was a scalp idea, but the place I clicked was a little bit wrong, I guess. So it got stopped out. But that was a paper trade, just to get some experience, so it doesn't really matter. Right now, on the lower time frames, I'm just checking out this level over here. And this little box maybe. Yes, we should do that, but not on Discord. I need to spend time with. If we go to Discord, I have to find a VPN. We should do it on Google Meets instead. That would be better. Google Meets is pretty much same with Discord. We can share screens and we can voice chat, etc. This little level is just something that I am just following. It is some tap high on lower time frames, and it looks like this on. Let me mark this SNDR. It looks like this on 30-second chart. This is a break, tap, lower low, sweep of the tap, another lower low, but no more sweep, then price turn back a little more lower. I'm not going to take any setups with that. I'm just watching how price receives reactions from that level, because if we zoom out to 5-minute chart, we also see that. So there is a higher time frame to lower time frame combo. It's something that stoic trader teaches in his community, in his group. If you have been there, you probably have seen it. That double time frame combo on 5 minutes. Price sweeps this one, retraces towards this old consolidation area. It doesn't really matter how you draw the box. Price will be returning back from the midpoint, most of them. And you can draw it like that, like that. You can take more of the bulk and bulk of the volume like that. You can draw it from body to body. Doesn't really matter. As we can see, price is stuck between two consolidation areas. One of them is this bullish area and the other is this bearish area. So because of that, I didn't have a directional bias, and even now price might take out this low because this is another liquidity point, right? And maybe tap into the previous day close level and then turn back higher. It is a possibility to see. So let me turn back here. Price just came back to previous day close finally. And I will take a note of this one over here. That was a nice study, I guess. I'm not saying it was a perfect setup, but this overnight session high was also the 5-minute tap high on electronic trade hours, and on regular trade hours we have this 5-minute tap high. Price took them, came back a little sloppy, choppy, but still. I mean, we were talking about observing this 5-minute idea over here. And right now price just took this tap high over here and make a double top and then received a reaction. And now it is taking a tap low. And in fact, this is a 5-minute fractal liquidity, this one. This one over here. Why? Because this is the range that price broke higher. Then price made the first retracement over here and then made a higher high. Then price took out this low and made one more low and then turned back higher. So this would be the range liquidity. And this would be the fractal liquidity. Let me make it bigger. Range liquidity and fractal liquidity. Let's see how it behaves from the fractal liquidity. I believe if price takes out this low over here, it might look a little bearish because it would be invalidating that fractal idea. Hi Simon, welcome. It's nice to see you, brother. Welcome to our stream. Price is coming back to these levels. Over here I'm not really bearish. I mean, price might keep going lower, keep expanding lower. The momentum looks a little strong. Price is coming with imbalances, but I'm cautious over here because price is taking out these lows without wicks, and price is the most extreme point. Price is at the most extreme point which is this box over here. And we are at the midpoint of it. So at this point, I'm waiting to see a reaction from this level. I'm just curious to see how price reacts from that level. This might be a nice area to tap. If I see something like that, price tapping this, turning back higher and creating a bullish SPS, maybe I might take that bullish SPS long. If we look at the moving averages on electronic trade hours, and if we check it with the indicator, this 200 still looks flat and this 20 is going down, but the crossover didn't happen yet. So I'd rather wait to see what is going on, what price does, and if price keeps expanding higher, and if I see my fractal setup on 1 minute as well, that could be a setup with a lot of confirmations, and seeing something like this would be ideal at this point. This candlestick is closing like a hammer. I want to see price tapping here, maybe going up a little, right? Maybe closing inside of this 5-minute bearish imbalance. And after that, I want to see price leaving a black candle and then a nice black candle and then closing above the black candle, something like that. Going here, maybe closing inside this level and then coming back lower, closing a black candle and then turning back higher, closing above the black candle, and that would be a nice 5-minute long setup. And the target of that long setup would be this level, which is previous day high. I think we did the right thing by being patient, because price was already inside of the previous daily candlestick. I mean, price is stuck inside of the range, so we didn't bet on a side yet. And when I look at this price action over here, overall, I don't think that it might just drip back higher. It doesn't look like that. It doesn't look very fast. It looks range bound, right? I mean, we have been streaming for what? For more than an hour, right? And we can see that price is in the exact same level, right? We started stream around these levels. Price came back to exact same levels that we were talking about. We started our stream. So we didn't really lose anything. Price didn't go anywhere. It just took some levels. It just did whatever it does. And now I am watching 5-minute chart to get a feeling, to understand what it is doing. This kind of looks bearish, but still, since it is a consolidation, I mean, candlesticks look bearish, but when it is trending, it is more important to see how candlesticks are looking. But when it is consolidating, candlesticks may look really bearish right before it reverses back higher, and they might look really bullish. For example, if we look at here, this candlestick was looking really bullish, right? I mean, look at this. How many people clicked market buy over here? I did click buy in the past. When I see something like that, it looks really bullish. But when it is stuck inside of a range, that kind of bullish looking candlesticks are most of the times just a fake candlestick. And after that, as you can see, price just turned back lower. So right now I am really cautious and I just want to wait. I just want to stay patient. And even after this, let's say this candlestick closed as a engulfing candle, I still couldn't be very confident that it would just drop lower at that point. I don't really know. And I'm not trying to know or predict right now. It gets much more difficult to use your pattern recognition abilities inside of the consolidation ranges like that, because as I mentioned, during the consolidations you might see the biggest and strongest bullish candles near the range highs, and price might immediately turn back lower at that point, and you might see the biggest and most bearish looking candlestick near the range lows, and then again it might turn back higher, reverse back higher. So it might also be a breakout as well. I mean, sometimes price just breaks out eventually from a range, and that breakout looks quite strong as well, but that breakout happens only once, but that chop up happens over and over. So that's why I am really cautious and I am really careful. All right. Look at that. Right after the engulfing candle, 5-minute engulfing candle. Let's see what happens. What was this line about? Okay, I will close this line. Why it doesn't show the futures close? Okay, I'll just mark it myself. This indicator is useless. Okay, where is that? I'm just looking for futures closing price level, and that would be this level. This high of it is the closing price. Let's mark it with futures close. Oops. Right. I think it is going up right now. Yeah, it is possible to see that because price has been range bound. It has been consolidating and it came near the range lows. So it is really possible to see a bounce at this point. I wouldn't be so surprised to see that. It also took this 100% level, the one standard deviation of that first 5-minute. That was the first 5-minute range over here. Price made a one standard deviation up high, hit this level, and then turned back lower. Now it hit the one standard deviation lower. And it is consolidating, so it might turn back higher. So I agree with you. Sent you an image of the turn. Did you send it on Twitter? Would you mind if I open that message in live stream? Maybe I can just check it on my phone. I don't want to show people's messages on the live stream. Yeah, looking nice. Thank you for sharing this with me. And now price took the previous day close and made a double bottom. The only thing is this moving averages are still looking a little tricky on the regular trade hours and on electronic. Yeah, I don't really want to take a trade right at here at this moment, because if price starts expanding lower, there will be a moving average crossover, and I don't want to jump into a bearish breakout with a long setups. So I'm not taking a long because I'm not sure if it is going to break lower or turn back higher. And I don't want to take a short setup because I don't want to anticipate a long when price is in a consolidation range, price is stuck inside the range, and price is near the range lows. So I just want to wait just a little bit more. I want to see either a bullish confirmation higher so I can take my long setups and target the highs, or I just want to wait. If it is going to break lower, I want to wait to see that strong displacement, strong breakout, and then participate a short setup. And if it is just going to keep chopping around, then I want to keep watching. That's why I'm still on the sidelines. But gun in my head, I would be long over here. If I was going to take a setup, it would be long. I mean, okay, this moving averages right now started to look a little bearish, but when price is consolidating, it is what it does. Price goes above and below these moving averages, right? Normally, price going below it would be a bearish indication, and price is looking like it is near making a crossover, but it didn't created that crossover yet. I mean, we might see something like that. Maybe these two tapping each other and then turn back higher. Maybe not even tapping. It's possible to see things like that. I mean, if this 20 simple moving average looks like it is getting flat and then price starts to bounce from this, then price might immediately turn back higher. So, I mean, levels are great. Price is range bound. All right. Okay, I now see the bigger picture. Which time frame is that? Is that 15 second or 30 second? Oh, okay, let me check it. I don't really open the Twitter DMs because there are some other people's DMs and I don't want to show their DMs without their permission. That's why I didn't open it yet. But yeah, this looks like a nice setup. Also, there's a little SBS on 15-second chart. But yeah, Don't forget to like the stream, guys, says Ömer. Thank you, Ömer. Yeah, that would be nice if you can like the stream, I guess. It helps with visibility or something. I mean, more people can notice us. Now I like what I am starting to see, but I want to look at 5-minute one last time. I don't know, guys. It would be really beautiful to see price going above this, maybe, and then turning back lower, leaving a black candle and then turning back higher once again. It would be really nice to see that. Or just an SBS right here, a bullish SBS, long SBS right here. I don't really see price coming back to this low once again, but I don't know. This has been a tap high, and I believe this short idea is not going to play out. I don't think price is given this short setup. I wouldn't take this short setup over here. And it would be nice if price just ignores this liquidity level, but some kind of reaction still possible at this level. Now what I want to see is a bearish black candle, 5-minute candle bearish, and then next 5-minute going higher. That would be a nice entry trigger for me. I'll just open one micro at this level.
Order filled.
And stop will be white, and profits would be around these levels, near the highs. Previous day high is around this. Yeah, 200 is fine. Where was it again? 217. Okay, 200 is fine. Let's see if price takes out this one. If price comes back and takes out this level, I'm not going to hurry for another long setup. I'm not going to rush for it, but I mean, if price takes out this level and then leaves a bearish candle on 5-minute chart, I mean, if I see a bearish swing, right, and then if after that swing price turns back higher, I am definitely gonna take longs with all of my accounts, and that might be the only setup for today. I'm going to take a little break, 5-minute break. I will get some water. I will be back in 5 minutes, maybe earlier. Alright, I'm back. Yep, stay hydrated. Alright. Let me check this 5-minute chart once again. I still expect to see a black candlestick on 5-minute chart without taking out this level. I want to see this level staying protected. But I also want to see a black candle on 5-minute chart. It's okay to see that price is taking out these levels, the candles without the wick. I don't want to see price closing below this 200 simple moving average. And yeah, I also don't want to see price ripping back higher immediately, and I don't think price has got the momentum behind it to do that impulsive and strong upwards movement. So yeah, I would like to see a black candlestick, maybe tapping into this one. And then I would like to see price closing above that black candlestick. Something like that would be even better. A small black candle, and then another another candle that taking out the low of this candle, this small candle, and leaving a swing low, right? A point like this over here. So if price does something like that, imagine this is the new candle, maybe tapping to this 200 SMA. So seeing something like that, a candlestick like this one, and then price eventually turning back higher, would be a nice continuation signal. I would like to see something like that. If price created a failed swing around these levels, for example, after this candlestick or after this candlestick, it could have been nicer. I mean, it could be nice to see something like that, but if price didn't leave it, that's okay. I want to show you some example, something like that. I wanted to see a pattern like this one. First, price going above this candle, then leaving some black candles and another swing point which failed to take out this low over here, and then turning back higher. I wanted to see something like that, but still, I mean, if the failed swing was closer to these lows over here, it would be nicer, but still it would be okay to see a swing like that and then see price turning back higher. And Money Glitch has been mentioning something, price taking out this candlestick low. I mean, if you anticipate an expansion higher, he said, that is a nice entry trigger. Nice. This is like that, price takes out this low, but then after the sweep, price turns back higher and closes above this opening price, which is this level. So sweep this and then close above this. It is a nice entry trigger, he says. He says he backtested it. And alright, we are reconnected. Ömer says weekly midpoint rejection. Just give me a second. This midpoint, yeah. yeah, at this level it would be nice to see a retracement, a swing, and if price sweeps this, creates a swing low and taps the low of that weekend gap, and if price turns back higher once again after sweeping these levels and coming back to the midpoint, then it would be logical to expect to see price visiting these levels and then these levels over here and eventually maybe these highs. So yeah, I think this is a nice point to be watching, nice area to be watching, this midpoint over here. It would have been nicer to see a sweep of this low. Price didn't sweep this one, just left an equal. And I wanna see how ES looks right now. ES is looking more one-sided, so I will just ignore it, I guess. And micro, it couldn't take out this low as well. It could have been nicer to see price taking out and then turn back higher. So we could have taken a little bit more, but price did not do that. It's okay. I think staying patient wouldn't kill, right? I mean, price could still create a swing low by retracing and then turning back higher. I mean, I'm not going to chase this one because this price has been really slow and all of a sudden it is leaving some imbalances, and I don't want to jump into trades just because it left some imbalances. I mean, yeah, it might keep expanding higher, but it has been really slow and I don't really want to bet on anything right at this moment. It's possible to see one last retracement towards this previous day close level and these lows over here. So this is a range consolidation area, and if we accept this wick as a breakout, then this low would be our tap low. And if we say, well, closure is actually the breakout, so this would become the tap low level. Yeah, let's see what it does from this point. It could have been nicer to see price sweeping this and then turn back higher. Then I could have opened some long. Maybe I could add to this position, or maybe open longs with my other accounts. But it's fine, I guess. I think price might still make a black candle and then turn back higher on 5-minute. I mean, price did that over here, but it didn't look very clean. So also it was near right at the middle of this range. This range over here, middle of it. And price now is getting closer to the higher levels. Yeah, it's better to be patient, especially inside of a day like this one. I mean, if I could have stayed patient like this yesterday as well, I could have closed that day with profits, or maybe break even, doesn't matter. Monday was a profitable day. Tuesday could have been a profitable day or a break-even day. But I didn't stay patient and it was an unnecessary loss. I mean, I would rather stay patient and lose than stay impatient and win at this point, because I am more focused on changing my habits, changing my brain, right? I mean, if there's a price to acquire patience, then I'm willing to pay that price, right? So yeah, I think price is telling us that our analysis was correct. I mean, by analysis, price has been slow and consolidating, and it is still slow and consolidating. It's not really too difficult, right? I didn't want to jump into this imbalances over here because I kind of, we can see, right? You all see that price has been slow all day. I mean, it has been going back and forth, and it wouldn't be illogical, it wouldn't be crazy to assume that price might keep acting like that, right? Because I believe one of the most important things that I experienced during my day trading career, and nobody even talks about this, right? If price is doing some particular things in a particular day, price tends to keep doing that. I mean, if price is starting a day really slow, really fast, and if on, let's say, on first 30 minutes price leaves huge imbalances, price goes toward one direction, and even though that price reverses, it keeps that momentum, right? I mean, if there's a volume at the first 30 minutes, it's logical to assume that that volume might continue throughout the day, and that volume might push price a little stronger. But I mean, if there's a high volume, then imbalances work much better. Imbalances are not liars, right? During the high volatility and high volume, the imbalances are real price movements. But when the momentum is lower, or when price is not expanding that much, or when the volume is just lower, then liquidity is lower as well. And when liquidity is lower, that imbalances occur not because of momentum, but because of lack of market participation. So price slices through levels just because there aren't many orders. So these imbalances are not as strong as the imbalances that occur during the high momentum trending days. So during the consolidation days, during the slow grind days, the imbalances most of the time are liars. For example, like this over here. But when the price is stronger, imbalances work much better. I mean, when price is in a nice downtrend, price would never come back to this imbalance for the second time. It just expands, it just taps it and just expands lower. Another imbalance, tap it, expand lower, tap it, expand lower, things like that, right? But when it is consolidating, we see things like that. This is another internal SBS. I didn't want to rush for it. I want to see some 5-minute closures. And I believe since price has been really slow, price might make yet another low over here. One more sweep and then turn back higher. It is a possibility. And if you saw that some ICT traders who trades the inversion fair value gaps or fair value gaps, right? They get really frustrated inside of these kind of days, because most of the ICT traders actually just trade imbalances and momentum, because that is what ICT teaches. I mean, the style he tries to teach, the style he says the best price action, he calls this kind of price action a bad price action. And the good price action for ICT is just one-sided expansions. If you look carefully, ICT traders struggle a lot in these kind of price sections because imbalances are getting really confusing. I mean, price leaves an imbalance, price taps it. It kind of looks like price might be bouncing from the imbalance, right? But then turning back lower and taps the imbalances below and leaves multiple inversions, like leaves a bullish imbalance, then turns it into a bearish one and turns it into bullish once again, and then just casually drops lower as if nothing happened over here. So I mean, I believe looking at the markets with supply and demand perspective, or buyers and sellers perspective, I don't know, is much better during these kind of days. It is easier to trade these kind of days with Stoic traders' teachings, for example. Because Stoic trader is a flexible trader, and we are doing our best to stay flexible as well. If this price starts a bullish expansions once again, you will see that Stoic trader is going to create videos about it, and he will be talking about this kind of swing breakout sequences. He will be talking about imbalances more, probably, because he's a flexible trader. When the higher time frame is range bound, he looks at the extreme levels. He looks at the levels. All right, let's check what money glitch says. 4 hours, same pattern, it drip higher. Sweep this low, right? After sweeping this low, price closes above this opening level, and then it keeps going higher. And if you look at the 5-minute, where would be your 5-minute trigger? Where would be your 5-minute entry? Looks nice, and it seems like it is still developing. So if we zoom into not this one, we're talking about something else. Let me see. Can you give me a date for that? Okay, you trade intraday. You saw that sweep and then you saw that closure above here. After that closure, you probably get some trace over here, huh? Money glitch teaching coming soon. Yeah, we would like to see that. If you start something like that, I promise I will be one of your first subscribers and one of your first students, right? Start teaching. Don't hesitate. Yeah, it seems like it is going to take out this low as well. A bearish imbalance and then bullish imbalance, inversion fail value gap. I accidentally said fail value gap, and yeah, it is a nice term. This is a nice concept, I guess. I present inversion fail value gap. Yeah, I will start that Discord soon. I promise. I just need to get some VPN on my laptop, and then I will start that, I promise. Yeah, I took this level we was expecting. We were expecting, right? Yeah, we were. Okay, let me see what NQ is doing. Another tap into previous day close would be okay, but I wouldn't complain if price wouldn't do that. I don't want to see price taking out this low over here. But if price takes that out and leaves some 5-minute black candle and then closes above that 5-minute candle, I am longing.
Stop filled.
Oh, it's getting stronger. This one got stopped out. That's okay. It was just 1 micro. Let's see what happens at this point. Yeah, I honestly didn't expect to see this candlestick over here. Hmm. Yeah, we can do that after this live stream. But it seems like today's live stream will be a little long one. Let me go back to 5-minute charts. It was really slow grind. So we stayed careful and cautious. Price swept this little area over here twice. And on regular trade hours, alright. Price couldn't tap into previous monthly close, but that's fine. Really tricky day, and if we look at 5-minute chart, it really looks choppy and consolidating. But I guess we are managing today's price action very well. This short idea played out nicely. That is a good study for us, I guess. There was a nice 5-minute SPS, and it was looking even cleaner on regular trade hour chart. Our consolidation area, price left the area, tap the area, make a lower low, come back, take out the tap with a double tap, now come back lower. Price created some nice fractals on the lower time frame over here, 1-minute chart, but I didn't want to take this setup because price was stuck inside this simple moving averages, and I didn't want to make any bets. Maybe this could have been a nice short opportunity around these levels because price tapped the 200 twice, and price usually doesn't knock this too much. Maybe this could have been a short, but the risk to reward ratio wouldn't be so optimal. It would barely hit 2 hours. So I don't know. I don't really feel I don't feel any regret for being patient today, waiting today. I mean, as we wait patiently, we are strengthening our neural pathways about being patient. I mean, if you go to the gym and do some squats, your legs is going to get stronger. And if you sit in front of the chart and stay patient, then your patience muscles is going to get stronger. It's that simple. And what we do not right now is the real practice to become a professional, right? Because we are really staying patient over here. We are observing the price. We are learning new stuff. And the more we sit in front of the chart and watch the price, the more our pattern recognition abilities get better. For example, if you look at here, I mean, if we see this kind of stuff over and over again, we could be easily patient. We could easily see that this slow grind might be a fake, right? We wanted to see something nice, but we didn't. So let's just keep waiting. Today is Wednesday, and the daily candle is still an inside candle, and the size of candlestick is still very small. I mean, if I was trading a nice amount of live capital, let's say I have got $50,000 and I am trading that with that money, I mean, I'm trading my own money, I might easily skip this day altogether, right? Just give me a second, I will be back. Alright, I'm back. Price tapped into previous monthly close once again. My gut says it might be going higher at this point. But I'm not going to click the button with a gut feeling, so I will take a paper trade once again. Just the experience of it is more than enough, right? But first I wanna see a failed swing. Let's click this once, and if it makes a, if it does something like that, I'm going to add over here. And I mean, I could still long something like I could still do something like price coming here, taking out this level, maybe closing above this, maybe not. Close would be ideal. After closing above this, leaving a 5-minute candlestick and then a black candlestick and then closing above that as well, that would be a nice long trigger. As you can see, price didn't present that 5-minute idea over here, and I didn't touch it. And also, as we see, these two moving averages couldn't get away from each other for long. I mean, there was a cross here. It looked like they was expanding. They looked like they were expanding away from each other, but then price did this weird thing, and eventually price stayed stuck between these two, right? And then price started going back and forth, and now price, there was a crossover over here and get real close, but couldn't create a crossover, went higher, and then coming back to this 200. I mean, this is a sign of consolidation. I would never click a short setup over here. For example, this may look like a valid short setup, and this may play out. I mean, price might come back to take out this high, tap these levels, and then turn back lower. But I am not going to take this kind of short setup, even if price does that, because these moving averages and the overall behavior of the price throughout the day is telling me that this price has been range bound, really range bound. I mean, you can easily say that this is range here, right? We see range over here. So since this is really range bound, I don't want to force a breakout setup. And yeah, I'm just watching this carefully and patiently, see what happens, see how it behaves, and I'm trying to see if it eventually decides to go somewhere, some external levels, or if this one just wants to consolidate around this little range over here. So yeah, I'm just waiting. Now if price turns back higher, this could be confirmed as a failed swing, this one over here. And if price closes above this high over here, that would be confirmation of some strength, and I would totally ignore this bearish SPS short setup. And let's see how price closes. I'm going to add, as I told you guys, I will even open a long position on this one.
Order filled.
Stop loss is here. Since today has been range bound, I'm not going to target too much. Add
Order
another one.
filled.
Let's see what happens at this point. My stop loss is about 40 points, I guess. Yeah, 40 points. So I might take my first partial on 60 or 80 points. I'll just watch price and just see how it behaves. But normally this could be a very bearish sign. I mean, if this was happening near the high of the day, that would be a really bearish sign. For example, let's look at yesterday's price action, right? Look at these moving averages and look what happens when this guy is crossing. So, but today, the place it appeared is a bullish place. So this was my first setups, and I believe price is not going to just rip higher. If it will give me a fake short setup over here, it will, after taking out this high, it will look like it might be turning back lower. I mean, at least that's what I believe. And I would really like to see that this candlestick is being a white candle and then price closing a black one and then turning back higher. If I see that failed swing on the 5-minute chart, just like I showed you guys something like that on 5-minute, I'm going to open long positions on these accounts as well. This one almost reached 1-to-1, and seeing these imbalances tells me to trail the stop loss over here. Now my stop loss is about 30 points. Alright, now price is testing the levels like previous day close and current daily open. Also this moving averages over here, right? Normally this would be a valid SPS short setup, but today I believe price might fail to take out this low over here, maybe even this low. I would like to see this low staying protected as well, this one over here. So yeah, kind of feels like price might leave a black candle and another black, maybe tapping into this level, maybe not, doesn't really matter, and then turn back higher. I don't expect this short setup to play out very well, but if this short setup plays out, right, if this works and price keeps expanding lower, then I might take the next SPS short because if this one plays out and price expands lower with strength, then the next setup might finally look like a continuation setup, right? So if this comes back and takes out these lows and prints another SPS below these levels, I might take that as well, but I believe these guys might do whatever they have been doing all day, and I think we might see something like that. And if I see something like that, I'm long. Otherwise, I'm sidelines. And my target is not previous day high anymore because it is an external range liquidity, and I'm not going to target the external range in a day like this. I will instead take my piece and get out. I would be content with that because I wasn't chopped out. I took proper setups, I guess, and I managed risk very well. So I believe even I close the day like this, it would be totally fine, right? This is nothing, not really important. I mean, this is not going to kill my account, and this is not going to kill my process as well. So I am really satisfied with today's chart reading, price reading, and I thank you guys for your participation. Let's see what happens at this point without losing our hit. The weekly gap midpoint over here, huh? Yeah, that might be area to target if price keeps going lower. A nice area, I guess. This midpoint over here. And price kind of seems like it might wanna eventually leave these areas behind and then just keep
Stop
expanding
filled.
lower. Price took this low over here. Let's see what happens at this point. Another small stop over here with 2 micros. Alright, this little paper long went away as well. Yeah, it constantly makes new highs and new lows. I mean, it is making lower lows and lower highs, and it eventually starting to look like it is leaving these consolidations away. So I didn't expect this short to be playing out because this was just a consolidation and I didn't want to enter a short position near the range lows. So I guess from this point the next SBS short setup might play out. It might start to look nicer. Previous day low over here. Let me go back to this chart, which we already marked our levels, and electronic trade hours, raise this level, raise this as well. Price never printed the pattern I wanted to see on 5-minute chart, and then it just kept going lower, expanding lower. But it was a slow grind movement, mostly. Let me check ES once again. ES already took the previous day low. Let me show it on daily chart. It is getting close to the weekend gap. And Nasdaq's weekend gap is further away. This midpoint Ömer was mentioning is right below the previous day low. It is a really nice level, but I also want to be cautious about this slow grind choppy moment, and I also want to be cautious about ES taking this previous day low, and it looks like a really clean range low, and price, I mean, this is a real range over here. I don't want to rush and jump into shorts when price has taken this kind of level inside of this range, and maybe yes, might want to come back to these levels. I don't know yet. Right now I just want to stay patient, and if you look Nasdaq couldn't take this low over here. High, low, higher, high, higher, low, higher, high. This was the last higher low, which happened yesterday. This low might stay protected. I mean, yeah, inside of this range, near the lows. Yep, I definitely agree with what Ömer says. Patience is more important than being right and profitable. I definitely agree with that, because yeah, it is even more important than being profitable, because I have been profitable, but I wasn't patient. So I eventually lost all of those. And now I just want to be patient, right? Let's see what happens at this point. Especially this kind of day tells me to stay patient even more. This wasn't a fractal liquidity, by the way, this one over here. Because price was already taking this external here. Let me check ES. On ES. Yeah, if I check the ES price, doesn't really look like fractal as well. It already took out this low. I mean, if I'm talking about this short idea over here, if price represented this SPS short around these levels, that could have been a nice short setup, I guess, because it would be a fractal setup. Price would be dropping lower, leaving a tap. I mean, if you look at this range, this tap is an external high, and inside of that, if price could have given something like that inside of this big range, then that would be an internal high sweep, which is a fractal liquidity sweep. I mean, it would have been nicer to see that, but it is what it is. Let's keep waiting. Price is consolidating below the 20 simple moving average, but as you can see, 20 simple moving average is getting flat. So I'm still very cautious about short setups. Yeah, I believe today was really a manipulative and tricky day. It looked like it was going everywhere, and it kind of looks like it didn't go anywhere. Now I want to see what happens at these levels. I want to see if this turns flat, and I want to see if price can reclaim that. Again, if I see something like that on 5-minute chart, I'm longing. Yeah, Ömer says if this clarity arrives without patience, then we will be wrecked by our feelings. Yeah, I agree with that. And I believe feelings consume too much mental energy. I mean, when I get too frustrated, when we get frustrated in front of the screen too much, we spend too much energy, right? And I mean, yesterday I could barely sit in front of the charts for about 2 hours, and my energy was already drained before price represented the best setups, right? And right now my energy is not drained because I am staying patiently, and this patience makes me feel more grounded. I don't feel extreme emotions right now. I don't feel any negative emotions. I'm just feeling neutral. And I not even neutral. I am feeling positive because we are really doing something over here. Believe it or not, what we do right now is much better than getting all the best setups, right? What we do here is much better than catching this short at the top. I don't know, maybe this short, I don't care. Or catching this longs over here, maybe over here. We are creating the discipline that is necessary for long-term longevity. And that discipline is going to make us turn us into a professional, and eventually we are going to be making all the money we wanted to make. But right now, what matters is our craft and also our biology, our psychology. We are not only building a system to trade, we are also building our character. We are building our personality or our nervous system, right? We are turning our nervous system into something much different than any other regular people, right? I mean, there's a reason many people fail at trading, right? Because I believe day trading goes against human nature. We are creatures of habits, and we really like predictable stuff. We really want to feel in control, and we really want to know what is happening and what is going to happen. And so we suck at probabilistic thinking. Our brain hates probabilities. Our brain wants certainty. So and this job requires day trading, or just trading requires probabilistic thinking, right? And probabilistic thinking goes against human nature. So we are actually trying to achieve something against human nature. It's actually really difficult to do that, but not impossible. It's possible to do that. I mean, most of the Olympic athletes, or I don't know, athletes like Messi or Ronaldo, guys like that, or guys like Michael Phelps, they are all doing something against human nature, right? An average human could never do the things those guys are doing, but with deliberate practice, with working on their craft over and over again, they finally achieved that, right? So why shouldn't we why shouldn't we why can't we do the same, right? We can definitely do the same, and all we have to do is sit on our asses. It's much easier than what athletes does, right? We are just sitting here waiting for something nice and then getting it. And the more we practice this, the better we get at this. And at some point, we will hit the profitability we want to see, and then we will probably see even more and better over time. Yeah, so I wanna see a swing low, I guess. If price sweeps this low and then turns back higher, that would be a swing low. But if price keeps going lower, then I'm not gonna take the long, right? Now I wanna see price turning back higher. I believe that midpoint of this week is more than enough. It wasn't even necessary, but it's okay. I mean, if this turns back higher, and if price closes above here, I'm longing. Otherwise, I'm not going to take a long setup. Because when I zoom into 1 minute chart, I can see that price created an SBS, and price price seems like it might have decided on a direction. Another sweep. Alright. I'm just waiting for the same logic until price gives that. If price doesn't give that, I might look for something else. I believe today is not the day that we see a huge expansion below. And that's what I believe. I believe price is not coming back to this, Nasdaq is not coming back to this level today. I feel like price might turn back higher from these levels or these levels, and I also believe price is not breaking higher strongly as well. I mean, I have seen enough, and I do think that right now today is not going to be something huge. If it does, I don't care. I'm not going to try to catch something huge today. I believe this today might be an internal day. I mean, even if price takes out the previous day low level, I might still look for long setups, because the daily candle might be closing like a doji, like it did yesterday, right? It might be closing something like that. I don't know. I mean, I'm trying my best to avoid recency bias, but price gives me this vibe over here. Take out an important low, right? It is low of the January, and price takes that low in January again, but doesn't matter. A nice swing low on daily chart, price taking it, turning back higher with a nice engulfing candle. Many people probably chasing longs after this one, but look what price does. I mean, small candlesticks. and then taking out some lows, testing some weekend gaps levels. There is a weekend gap over here, Friday to Monday, right? Weekend to that level and then turn back higher, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then take out the highs and midweek reversal, and then turning back to the weekly opening levels, which is this level on Thursday. So I believe today might close like a little candle, and then maybe tomorrow or maybe even next week price might take out this level and maybe even this level, and then I expect maybe lower prices. I mean, I have my bias until price reaches these levels, right? After price taps these levels, I have no bias. I will be watching. I will be waiting for either a reversal or a continuation. I don't care which one happens. At that point, I will be watching. But currently, my higher time frame bias is not really bearish. So I'll just wait. Let me check ES. And ES didn't take any highs as well. It looks a little weaker. And let's see if ES wants to tap into this level. Previous weekly close level. And I want to see a reaction from this level, what it does after this. So let me go back to Nasdaq. Nasdaq made another low. Took out this equal lows over here. I mean, this was the low that created these highs, so this might be also a tap low level. Also price didn't take the previous day low yet, but price took the previous day low level on regular trade hours. I mean, if you look at the RTH chart, price kind of seems like it is sweeping the low of these ranges, this range over here. So I don't really know if it is going to be a breakout of this range, or if it is just sweep it and turn back lower, maybe consolidate below it, and I really don't know that, so I'm still not forcing anything. And my idea, my 5-minute long idea is, yes, still valid, I guess, because yeah, it has been range bound, and yeah, I'm going to bet on that range bound behavior might continue. So if this creates my pattern on the 5-minute charts, I mean this tap, a swing low, and then turn back higher, this would be my long trigger. It would be a small position, but price might easily reach to this level, maybe even more. I believe price is not immediately turning back higher. I believe it, at least that's how I feel like, because of this slow nature of price might easily do things like that, consolidate a little and turn back higher, things like that. And price might take out this level and then turn back inside the range. It's all a possibility. But I do want to see a failed swing before price turns back higher. I don't really want to bet on a V-shaped reversal. So if I miss this one, then so be it. It's fine. It's okay with me. But if it gives something like I wanted to see, then I would be taking a nice setup. Let's try another paper over here just to see it. But I'm not going to long with my evaluations right now, right at this moment. I'm gonna be more patient for that. And price came to yet another um, deviation level. This, do you remember this first 5 minute range? This is the first 5 minute range. This was the deviation above. Price came back to deviation below and then turned back in the middle of it. Then came back lower once again, and now price swept the external range liquidity and tapped this as well. Yeah, this is where I should be cautious, and I'm definitely not taking this SBS setup, by the way, this short SBS. I'm not going to take it. This one over here. If price does something like that, I'm not participating. Because price, I believe it took an important low, and it seems like it is really receiving some reaction. So I'd rather keep staying patient. And I also know that if right now, if I act impatient, if I just click and lose right now, my brain and my body is going to feel like I wasn't patient today. I mean, I am going to feel like I have erased all the progress of today, right? Because I have been feeling patient, and I really want to keep feeling like that until the end of this session. I don't want to feel like I have ruined process. I mean, I wouldn't be ruined process because a practice is a practice. Today we practiced patience, and we already gained, right? We already got that experience. We already showed our own brain, our own nervous system that we can stay patient. It was a vote for our new disciplined and patient identity, right? And the more we keep doing that, the more we will turn into that person, right? So I believe we all did great today. And I don't want to feel a low energy after I close this live session. I would rather feel more energized, and I would rather feel like I achieved something from beginning to the end. I wanna finish something. I wanna ace today. By ace, I don't mean getting profits. I don't mean taking a perfect setup. I don't care about that. By acing today, I only mean I started patient. I kept patient. I tried some little setups. They didn't play out, and I didn't lose my shit. I kept staying patient, and I just want to end this that way. I started patient, and I want to end it still patient. So by acing this session, that's what I really mean. Ömer says we are in front of the charts for over 2 hours, and just one impatient makes our brain wire against what we are trying to do. You rock, mate. Thank you, mate. Thank you for your kind words. Are you guys feeling bored? If you are feeling bored and still staying patient, then I believe we are doing the right thing. I'm not gonna lie, I got tired and I feel bored, but doesn't matter. I'm just keep drinking my water, stay hydrated. And Ömer also says we might turn back higher during the lunch. I agree with that. It's a possibility to see because price has been really choppy and slow, and I don't know. These kind of days, price might do some tricks during the lunch hours. Normally I wouldn't want to trade lunch, but I'm curious to see what is going to happen because this is this is turning into something like a thriller movie or maybe a horror movie, I don't know. So I'm really curious what is going to happen, right? Is it going to keep going lower or is it going to turn back higher after this level? Let me check the hourly chart. And this is regular trade hours and I want to look at the I think I'm going to look at the hourly chart on a clean one. I want to open an empty chart. Wait, give me a second. This is our main chart. Put this on the right side and this is ETH. Yeah, I think we can check this one. Oh, I accidentally removed the indicator instead of drawings. Okay, let me close all of the indicators as well. A really clear chart on regular trade hours and on electronic trade hours. And let's check ES as well with a clean chart. Okay. What is this thing over here? Let's remove that as well. All right. I don't know. ES looks a little more bearish than Nasdaq. Let me check Nasdaq back again. All right. If I see that price is closing above this high over here, I'm longing. But I think I gotta wait for this candlestick closure first because it just opened a minute ago. So I first want to see this candlestick is closing. And then next candlestick closing above this one. If that happens, then I'm longing. Money Glitch says he is buying natural gas. I don't know the ticker of the natural gas. Do you guys know that? Let's check it on capital.com. NG, okay. Okay. Thank you for that. You're long here, huh? On 5-minute charts. And stop is below this low over here, and this looks like the model that you have been mentioning, right? Let's check it on the hourly chart as well. Price closed above this just right now. On hourly chart it looks like a bearish SPS, but yeah, it would be nice to see price digging inside of this imbalance a little. Oh, on hourly there's also this one over here. Price sweeps this, closes above here. Okay, then on the 5 minute, maybe this could have been your setup as well. What do you think about that? This is the hourly low, 1 hour low, and then on 5 minute, price sweeps this one, and then with the next candlestick closes above this level, and with this closure, maybe this could be your model. What do you think about that? Maybe 2 hour, maybe more, I don't know. This is not your model? It has to be closing in the same candlestick, right? All right. I just want to browse different time frames to see how it looks. Yeah, I guess I understand what you're saying. Okay. Go back to Nasdaq. Okay, I think we have to wait for ES to take out this level maybe. Go back to 5 minute chart. I don't really care how this looks if price closes above this without taking out this low before taking out. I mean, if it leaves a failed swing like that and closes above it, I'm longing. Otherwise, I keep waiting. And I'm glad this was just a paper trade. It wasn't really logical to take a risk from these levels. Nasdaq might wanna tap this over here. And maybe this one on the hourly chart. Okay, leave an alert on this high over here. And then let's look at the natural gas. Fingers crossed. Let's hope it goes higher. Yeah, I see that 1 minute SBS. And this is also the fractal liquidity setup I was mentioning before. Let's take it on the paper trade. Right. Oh, this one is smaller, I guess. I'm going to put the stop loss over here. I don't know about this wickless candle. I don't like putting stops into places like that. I understand. Most of the time it doesn't come to fib levels. Just give me a second. Most of the time it doesn't come to this level. Then okay, place stop loss there. All right. And price seems like it already made a failed swing, but let's see. Maybe it might dip another into this real gap over here. And yes, make another low and NQ. Okay. Looking a little weird. I mean, I want to see a closure above this level, but I don't know. Let's just wait a little more. Because it looks like it might keep chopping a little. I mean, a little consolidation before reverse back higher, it is possible. So stay impatient. Wouldn't kill here. How many times? Oh, it is almost 3 hours. Okay, that's fine. I'm doing live testing on different markets. Yeah, that's a great idea. You should keep doing that. So you can find the best pair or best pairs and eventually pick one of them. I can long something like that as well. Maybe close inside here, leave a black candle and close above the black candle. Yeah, I can long that too before this level. Otherwise, I'm waiting for closure above this level. Today is Wednesday. What a week, huh? I believe next week is going to be funnier, more enjoyable than this current week. Now I will try another paper setup because price is just trading above this 5-minute candlestick high over here, just to see how it happens, how it moves. You can think of it like a buy stop entry, right? Like we used to do on 1-minute chart. I just want to see if price just immediately expands higher after taking out this high, or is it just keeps messing around a little bit more before it expands higher, or maybe if it is coming back lower. I mean, if price is going to invalidate this bearish imbalance or not. It has been looking really interesting. A bearish imbalance, it gets invalidated with a bullish imbalance, and then that bullish imbalance once again gets invalidated I don't know. Let's see how it goes. Let me see the net gas. Yeah, rejection from Fibonacci level. And it seems like a double bottom. It will be nice to see a closure above this level. Yes, that was a nice one. But it was also a weird one. Did it hit the 2 hours, 3 hours? Almost 3 hours. And we can say, yeah, 2 hours as well. Let's put our profit to 5 hours and just see how it goes. And yes, your model is lovely. And this is my model as well. The fractal liquidity sweep idea. This would be the expansion. This would be the retracement, and this would be the fractal liquidity sweep inside of that retracement leg, and it became even stronger with your model, and which is price swept this hourly low and then closed above it, and then you zoomed into 5-minute chart and you saw the same exact thing on 5-minute in here. Price sweeps this low and this as well and closes above this opening price. So this is, you take your long right after this closure, right? Right at this 5-minute candle closes, something like that. Because sometimes it doesn't give this, I assume, and sometimes it immediately goes higher. How do you enter? Do you enter just like this one? Almost 2 hours. And if you put the stop loss exactly here, yeah, it is looking really nice. And then this one, I like this. I really like this one. And 2 hour would be here. I think this would be ideal for a partial. We didn't look at it carefully, but if you take a partial on 1 to 2, then you are risk-free and you guaranteed some profits. Yeah, price closed above this level. I was looking for a closure above this bearish candlestick over here, but price closed above this doji. I'm not sure what to do here, but let me zoom in. Yeah, I can just wait for a little bit more confirmation, maybe closing above this little black candlestick. That might be a nice trigger, or I could just wait for a nice SBS setup. So let's wait and see what happens, how it goes. It's been only 2 days, so working on entries. Alright, I understand. You can keep refining it. You can fine tuning it. I mean, you can set limit orders on obvious places like this gap over here, maybe here, maybe on the 5th second sequence idea, or that could be a nice entry trigger, a buy stop entry over here. I mean, if you take a buy stop like that, I believe it would be four hours. I believe it is really good, very well. Okay, now I'm waiting for closure of this current 5-minute candlestick. And after this one, I will wait and see if I can closure above this one. I mean, since it has been slow, I believe it might give a nice opportunity after the confirmation as well. I don't think that it might just rip back higher. So let's keep waiting. I am now going to take a restroom break. I don't need to be in front of this chart, I guess. So I will be back in a couple of minutes. All right, I'm back. It's been 3 hours, huh? Okay. Now I see another swing. Price is tapping this imbalance, leaving a little swing. And if I see price expanding back higher, I might treat that as a nice long opportunity. Let's get back to 1-minute chart. And let's also check ES. Yes. ES looks weaker. Right. Nasdaq looks better. Better for longs, at least. Now I'm just waiting for closure of this candlestick. There is still 2.5 minutes for the candlestick closure. Okay, this is a nice place to be buying.
Order filled.
Stop loss is going to be a little too big, but that's alright.
Order filled.
I think this should be the last setup for this account. This stop loss is about 50 points, I guess. This is a nice place to leave the stop loss. It would be nice to see candle closure above this high. This over here. Let's see how it goes from this point. It would be also nice to see ES closing above the previous daily low level. I mean, if ES can reclaim this level and then turn back above it, then ES might look like a swing failure pattern on daily chart. And if ES starts to looking like that, then this might help Nasdaq to keep going higher. So let me check this out. 1 minute. Going lower tap. 2, 3, right. Buy stop over here. Based on this candlestick, I believe this might be finally the end of this consolidation over here. This might be eventually breaking out higher. Let's look at it on 5-minute chart. What a day, huh? Previous day close looks like a nice partial target, and price might keep going even further. Right, this is starting to look nicer, I guess. reset this, give me one over here. Yeah, risk is pretty low. This is good. I can just leave it right at low because it has been really choppy. And another one. Alright, close this. Where did I put that alert? It doesn't matter. And with this one, I'm going to take this same long idea. Yeah, give me two more. Maybe one more and wait for this candlestick's closure. After this closes, I might add another one. Only 1 minute left for the closure. This seems like a failed swing, and closure above this high over here, the high that bring us that failed swing, closure above that high might push price rather fast until this 200 simple moving average maybe. I don't know, price also might wanna consolidate with this one a little until this one turns like that. But price also might close above it immediately. That was a nice closure. Another one. I just didn't want to take little paper cuts with low quality setups today. I have been doing it for a while, and I'm really bored and sick of doing that. So I instead just took all the risk with almost all the risk with one setup, and I believe I took a high quality setup. It seems like it doesn't want to stop until this previous day close. If this 5-minute candlestick closes bullish, it would be awesome because it is a little different than other candlesticks, right? Right at the middle of the lunch. If you look at other 5-minute candlesticks, it opens over here, goes higher. Yeah, this one is similar with that one. Most of the 5-minute candlesticks just opens and visits high or low levels or open close levels multiple times. So the program I'm trading right now is funded futures network, but I'm just trying out this firm. I haven't got any payouts yet. I didn't even pass these evaluations, so I currently cannot really recommend it to you. But if it goes well, if it goes good, then I might recommend it. But right now I'm currently unsure about this prop firm. I can't really recommend it. You can do your own research. It's a cheap firm, so it's not guaranteed to be great. Now it would be nice to see close above this high, this one over here, this, because this is a 5-minute tap high. Normally I would be very cautious about this high, and I would consider this as a nice SPS level, but when I zoom out I see that price is taking out external lows. So I mean, for example, think of it like that. Let's say this is our external low, and maybe this is our external high, I don't know. Let's say price does things like that, then it takes this out, it makes a reversal, and if it makes a SPS around these levels, this might play out, price might keep pushing lower. And if, let's say, this SPS played out, if price makes yet another one before taking out this low, I would be very cautious about this one, because this might easily play out and push price to this low, maybe even further, or maybe just reverse from that low. But if this is happening after price take out the low and turn back inside the range, then I think the probability of this kind of short setup is getting lower, because price might be trapping the breakout sellers, right? And if I see a nice closure with this little imbalance over here, that would be my confirmation that this short SPS is not going to play out, and price is willing to take out this high, maybe even more, right? And this really looks very nice. I mean, it is really nice to see this kind of expansion, multiple imbalances right after price sweeps the low and consolidates, right? Price took out the low, consolidated, there was an divergence on previous day low, and if you don't want to trade the divergence, you can easily trade ES instead of Nasdaq, right? And then the key moment for me was this failed swing. If you have been watching from the beginning, you can remember that I have been constantly mentioning this pattern over here. I wanted to see this all day to take a long position, and I didn't take any long positions because I have been waiting for this, and price was not presenting it. Price was just making new lows. But right when I saw this failed swing and this candle, I started building my position, and closing this candlestick was a nice confirmation. So this is a nice reversal with failed swing. You can call this a swing failure pattern as well, because price is failing to make a new swing, or you can just call it a failed swing, whatever you want to call it. This is yours to use, right? So it seems like price might be coming back all the way to these levels, this previous day close, and this gap over here, because we have been observing the price behavior, right? We have been seeing the nature of price, and we told ourselves, well, today is not going to be a huge day. I mean, today we do not try to see the future, and we are not certain what is going to happen yet, but we can easily see that what has been going on, and we can just assume that what has been going on can keep going on. So price has been really slow. It was just range bound, choppy. The moving averages was going above and below. Price wasn't respecting these levels really well, and price eventually took the lows. Even though this would be a bearish day, I thought that it is less likely to see price keep expanding lower in this kind of day, because when price makes really big expansions, like, right, it does it, let's say maybe like this one, I don't know, you see that, or maybe like this one. I don't know. These kind of moments keep going on, but price just does it from the beginning. Price doesn't chop around for an hour, 2 hours, and then go back lower. It is a rare, really something rare. I don't remember seeing something like that. I don't remember seeing that price chops for hours and then takes the range low and then turns back inside the range and then keeps expanding low. It is something really rare, and I didn't want to bet on something rare. I love how this 20 simple moving average looks. Right now I want to show this indicator once again. You see how this looks? This is starting to look flat, and this is looking really sharp. It's nice to see that. Let me check NQ once again. Price just tapped this level. I believe price might just come back and close above this level. It didn't tap the previous day close level yet. Micro might have, no, it didn't tap the previous day close as well. Let me check this one. How many points did it run? I totally forget about this one. I was gonna take a partial, but whatever, it's fine. If it turns back and reverses and takes our stop loss, it's fine. We did our best, right? We did what we could. But I believe this long SPS over here might play out. It would be nice to see that price maybe tapping into this, maybe not. This 20 simple moving average and turning back higher. And if price turns back higher to come to this level once again, price would likely close above this, and price might create yet another moving average crossover. So over here, price creates a bearish crossover and goes lower for a while and then takes a liquidity and then reverses back higher. On a normal trending days, I most of the times see that price is not closing above and below these levels too much. Price just tapping and going, tapping and going. But today price was keep going above and below and keep making crossovers, and this kind of looks like it might do another crossover. I mean, I'm not expecting to see price immediately dropping lower without this one is getting smooth and flat, and then maybe if price goes below it, starts to consolidate below it, and then if this one turns flat like that and then turns lower and then price starts expanding lower, after that I might say okay, this might be reversing back lower. But when it is just, it didn't even tap this here, but look at it, you can see the tap over here and then it just went higher, and it might just come back to this high over here, close above it without even tapping this one. And if we look at the 5-minute chart, it's normal to see this kind of behavior because price moving averages has been going down on 5-minute chart, right? If you look at it like that, it's normal to see something like that. Price is closing above it strongly and making a little pullback. It's normal and natural, and seeing that price coming back inside this imbalance is another nice sign that price might keep going higher. So I will add to this one. I believe it kind of seems like this imbalance is not playing out, right? And it seems like price is eventually going to get higher above this level, this moving average over here, and after price closes above this moving average, and the more time it spends about this 200 simple moving average, the more this will come closer like that, and eventually if it creates the crossover like that, price would be already in these levels, and that would be our profit. So I believe today's candlestick might close just like yesterday, a small little bullish candle, and that would be all we need, because even if closes around these levels, let's say 30 points above it, we would get about 50 points, right? And we already have some profits, and 50 points more would be $400 more, and that might be enough for us. So I believe this high is going to get taken. It really looks like that. But price might not be able to make a new high of today. I'm not sure about this high over here. I mean, I would rather see that price is taking out this high, but as we discussed before, price has been slow and it might keep going slow, and that might affect our positions. This seems like it is going to make a crossover on ES as well. It would be nicer if price wouldn't take this low over here, because that would be sign of some momentum. I mean, if price comes back to take this low over here, that means the bullish momentum is a little bit slower, so I might be forced to take my partials earlier, right? If price does something like that, I might have to take my profits above this high. But if price just keeps going higher without taking out this one, because price already take this, and there are two imbalances and price already tested them. I mean, if price doesn't come back to this level, if price doesn't take this out and then bounces from this 20 simple moving average, then I would say, okay, it might be keep going a little higher, maybe toward this level, maybe more. And if you look at the Nasdaq chart, price already took this level and tapped into this imbalance. Yeah, it would be nicer to see price just keep going lower, and it would be nice to see this fair value gap or this bearish imbalance is not strong enough to make a new low. Let's see how it goes from this point. I will look at it on 5-minute charts. Alright, this was the tap over here. Price take out the tap, and price seems like it is giving a short signal based on that 5-minute. Yeah, I believe it would be okay even if price sweeps this and turns back higher. If price comes back and takes our stop loss, then it's fine. But I really don't think that price is going to leave this high and previous day close level. Let me go back to chart and check where was the previous day close. It didn't tap this level yet. It just tested this 20 simple moving average on 15-minute chart, and it received some reaction from it. It is normal, I guess. And I mean, this day hasn't been a perfect day from the beginning, right? It wasn't a great day. By a perfect day, I mean this day wasn't very fast. It wasn't a nice expanding day. So I'm adding another one here, and that would be my last one. I just didn't want to try little paper cuts, little setups, 100 profits, $100 profits, $100 stuff. I just wanted to use my maximum daily loss in a single trade, but a one and done kind of trade. Money Glitch says he's thinking about Lucid to buy. I don't have to pay monthly fees. Yeah, that makes sense. I heard that Lucid is alright. I didn't use it. I can't use it. but I can't use it because they don't have services in Turkey. But that's fine. I want to mention something else. This is flat. Price tapped this and it is not expanding away. I mean, I believe this is a strong resistance level, and I believe if this is going to work as a resistance level, it should be something like that. It should be something like tap and go. I don't know. It's just some feeling, and price already took out these levels over here. I don't know. I feel like price might eventually reclaim this high over here and then keep going higher a little bit. Price might even do things like go to all the way to these levels and then turn back lower and then maybe close the day around these levels. Things like that can happen. We are still in the lunch. Let me check the hourly chart to see how lunch looks. Price has been shooting wicks or bodies above and below this 20 simple moving average, and I would like to see price keep doing that. I mean, shooting a little wick like this would be enough for me to get some partials. Let's see how it goes after this, at this point. I don't really want to see price spending too much time below this 20 simple moving average. I would rather see price just turning back higher and reclaiming it. But when I look at this chart, I think I might have added to my positions after price comes back to this level over here, high of this consolidation area. Yeah, let's see how it goes. I'm not going to... I believe today's positions were... These were not a mistake, not bad positions. They were fine, they were cool. I played it well. I just took the risk with a nicer position. So I don't really regret. Yeah, I don't really regret it. Let's see how it goes from this point. I mean, at least this was a planned setup. I have planned this and waited for this for hours. And I mean, I believe even if this gets stopped out, that would be still a great success for me. I would still be satisfied with my performance for today. And now we might be seeing this 20 simple moving average turning flat and then eventually turning higher. And if this one turns flat and looks higher like that, price would probably test this level immediately. This has been a really range bound price. A little frustrating, a little difficult to read. Burhan says, Jihan, can you check gold also? Sure, I can check it. Let me start with higher time frame at first. This is still an inside candle. High and low is still intact. 4 hour. Tapped into this imbalance and this. Alright. I can't really get a good read on hourly chart because of this, the way this moving averages look. By the way, I am creating a YouTube video about these simple moving averages. I have got 8 different ways to create it, use them. I will be mentioning. I have been mentioning them in these videos, but I will show you guys the thought processes behind how I perceive these 2 lines over here. And I really like the moving averages because I believe we can use it with many different concepts, many different styles. They can be implemented with any kind of trading strategy, I believe, because they are kind of the price itself. They are just showing the average price with a smooth line. So if you hide this candlesticks, you can see that they got highs and lows just like the price itself. So they are actually the price. Yeah, let me get back to the 15-minute chart. This is the current weekend gap. Price seems like it accumulated above and now it went lower. Spent a little time below it and turned back higher. Yeah, I can't really get a good read on 15-minute as well because of the way this looks. Because if price keeps expanding lower, this is going to look like a crossover. If price turns back higher, this will look like something like that, and I don't really know which one will happen. And I do believe that price consolidates a lot when these two gets closer to each other, especially during the with the higher time frames. I mean 15-minute, these two are getting close to each other. This is a decision point for price. There will be either a crossover and price would be expanding lower maybe before that crossover happens, maybe right when it happens, or maybe it might just look like a cross turn back higher, or maybe it might keep its consolidation cross back and forth. We saw that on Nasdaq today, right? If we look at the 1-minute chart, do you guys see that? Crosses multiple times across here, another, and get real close, looking like a cross, then turn back lower, and then crossed again, and now it seems like it might make another crossover. But this cross is, if these crosses, I would be taking partials after the cross because price has been slow, and I didn't really like to see this turning like this. I mean, it will be possible to see things like that, and if this happens, price would be really choppy if something like that happens. And I see that this 200 is still looking below. I wanted to see price is closing above it, and it is just turning higher like that, starting to look like that, and then I wanted to see that it is coming with a sharp angle, and this starting to get looking smooth. I believe something like this still possible, a crossover like that, but I didn't really like how it looks. I mean, right now I can see that price doesn't seem like it wants to take out this high. So let's start from there. This high is definitely not my target. So what do we have? We have this high, which is a nice extreme point because price swept the most extreme point of the range, especially if you look at the regular trade hours, right? And price didn't leave any imbalances on 15-minute charts. Price kind of tapped this and then turned back lower. Now it is going back again. If this price closes above this level, this was not my target, right? This is too far away and today is slow day. So I have this high, the second extreme for today. So this is a possibility, the second extreme. And these little highs over here are bodies of the 15-minute candle. Maybe this might be possible as well, but I think I don't want to shoot for stars, and since my position is already quite big, and I mean I don't want to get more than this amount because of the consistency rules, and it is already a 1 to 2, so this might be a nice target as well. I don't know. These levels over here and this high over here, but when I zoom into price I can see that. Let me get a box over here. Just give me a second, I will find the box. Is it here? Yes, rectangle is here. Look at this one. Slow grind day and midpoint unmitigated. Maybe it might wanna come to this midpoint, right? To sweep this high. But still it got real close to midpoint, and let me open the midpoint as well. Just give me a second. I mean, if I zoom in and just look at the bodies of the candlesticks, right? I mean, most volume was probably around these levels. It kind of seems like price tested this midpoint level. So one possibility is this high, and another, when I check this like that, I believe price is visiting this level, and I see that untapped imbalances on 1 minute chart. So I am going to keep watching the price after price tests this level, comes to that level. Let me check it on the electronic trade hours. Now let me open my indicator once again to show how these arrows look. Now look at the 200 simple moving average on 50-minute chart. Price dipped below an important dynamic support level, a higher time frame dynamic support level. Price dipped below it, also took out these equal lows. And if you focus on regular trade hours only, this is the previous day low, and also you see the divergence with ES. So, and you see that both looking higher. My indicator shows this wrong, so let's close the indicator and draw the arrows with our hands. 200 is looking above, and now 20 is looking above as well. So I believe this doesn't look really bad, and it is nice to see that price closed above, tapped it, and went back higher. I don't really want to see price coming back lower. I don't want to see closure below this 200 simple moving average. I want to see price keep going higher, or maybe consolidating around here, so this crossover can happen. And after this crossover, I believe even price is going to go back lower. Price might do something like that, cross it, go a little, and then turn back lower. If something like this is going to happen, right, then we might see price tapping back into this gap maybe, and maybe the opening price of 930, because this cash open is a significant level. This is a cash open. 930 market open, same thing. Okay, this opening level is a significant level. When price is bullish, it tends to stay above that level, and when price is bearish, it tends to stay below that level. But when it is chopping, when it is consolidating, then price can go back and forth, above and below, like today it did, like it did today. So let's see how it goes. We are on the opening of this PM candle. I mean, if this wasn't flat like that, that might be a nice resistance level, and I might be trailing my stop loss, or maybe just taking some partials. But this is really flat, and this candlestick closed nicely. So I believe because of this, price might shoot a little bit more, just a little. And also price was able to close below these levels, but price couldn't close below the range on this hourly candlestick. So I believe price might just want to visit this 11 a.m. opening price body of the candlestick. And I want to check this on 30-minute candle as well. Yeah, 30-minute looks like it. Price might want to come to this level. Maybe even that. Maybe even this high over here. But I probably won't be shooting for stars, because as I told you guys, it is really choppy, it is really messed, and it is now at the midpoint of this total range over here, right? Almost midpoint. I believe it is coming back to midpoint. And if it shoots a little bit further, it would be the Fibonacci level of the total daily candlestick. So we might see some deep retracements, even though let's say if it is bullish and it is going to go higher and take out all these levels here, but price might still do something like that. Tap here, turn back lower, maybe close to these candlesticks around these levels, and then during the next day's Asia, turn back higher. I don't know, this kind of stuff always happens, right? So I want to be more cautious, and I think I would be exiting my positions at this Fibonacci level. Would you guys like to see this trend-based Fibonacci extension? Bye bye, too late for me. Good night. Good night, Money Glitch. Thank you for participating. Thank you for sharing your insights with us. Have a great night ahead. I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully. Okay, if I consider this as a reversal and this as a first retracement, price is over here. This is a place to see some retracements or things like that. And it would be nice to see price coming all the way up to this level. And I want to check on this level as well. If this is the reversal, just give me a second. If I consider this as a reversal, and just a second, this last low, okay, like that. All right. I don't use it too much, honestly. I don't use Fibonacci's too much as well. I don't use any particular things. I use all of them to get an idea, to create a context for myself. And right at this moment, I am both watching price and these moving averages. I want to see price taking out this high. I don't want to see reversal before this high. And the futures close and today's cash open are on the same levels, so I believe price is tapping into these levels. And what I really want to see is just this 62 of this whole range, and at least 97 of this range, because price has been slow. And if it is going to go lower, it might make a really deep retracement. It might look like it is just breaking higher and then turn back lower. So I think this 79 level is a nice place to take a partial profit. I believe price might keep coming a little bit more before it is turning back lower. I believe the orders flow already has been shifted already, and before the knee shift of order flow, if price is going to turn back lower, I believe it is not going to be something really immediate. I believe just like it reversed back higher, but it's consolidating for a while before it reversed back higher. If it is going to reverse back lower, we will possibly see consolidations like this one once again, even if it is going to turn back lower. So I'm not really scared, and this crossover just happened. It would be nice to see price keep going higher a bit, and eventually this 200 guy might start looking higher just a little bit, not too much, just a little. I'm just following the price real time, and I see that price starting to make some higher highs and higher lows, right? On 5 minutes, I waited for a failed swing, which was a higher low. I mean, price was making, look at this. This is the high, low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, and then failed swing. Failed to make a new lower low, and this became a higher low. After this higher low, price turned back higher, closed above this range, this accumulation area, and then price does what? This was a higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, right? And price seems like it is closing above this level. It would be nice to see this closure. And it kind of seems like price is tapping the bearish levels, receiving some kind of initial reaction, but then turning back and ignoring that level. For example, look at this 50-minute chart. Price taps this level, receives some kind of initial reaction, comes back a little lower, and then closes above the level. Now on 5-minute chart, price came to this level. Same thing has seen on 1-minute chart as well. Price almost tapping this level, receiving the initial reaction, but then coming back and closing above it and creating the crossover. And on 5-minute chart, maybe we might see something like that. Price ignored this one immediately, and this 20 is turning back higher. This is a good sign, and it's really normal to see some kind of reaction from this level. Now I don't want to see price spending too much time between these two. I want to see price bouncing. Price might tap this one, it's okay. This is 200. But I don't really want to see price consolidating between them too much, because it gets difficult to read the price when price is going back and forth, stuck between them. But yeah, let's just keep watching. And price is, it doesn't look really great right now, but again, it is a slow day, it is a choppy day, and it's normal to see a reaction from the highs, right? It is sweeping the high, receiving reaction, sweeping the low. When it was going lower, it take the high, received the reaction. Excuse me, it took the low, received the reaction. It took the low, received the reaction, and then turned back lower again. And right now we are in the bullish sequence of it, and price now taking out a high, receiving a reaction, now took another one. It's normal to see a reaction. That's actually why it's much more difficult to trade these kind of days, right? Because you can't read this very well. If the momentum was higher, if it was a trending day, then we would consider this as a strong bearish movement, but right now I can't call it a strong bearish movement or a retracement. I don't really know. All I can do is just keep waiting and just trusting my analysis. Let me check this real quick. It almost came to 1-to-1. I will get the feedback after whatever happens today. Right? If this comes back and takes my stop loss, I would take more partials in this kind of days. Otherwise, I'm just caring. I don't care. Learning is much more important for me. So I'm not going to beat myself up if this comes back and takes my stop loss. I don't really care about it. Let's see how it goes from here. But this slowness telling me is that once again telling me that price might not willing to make a new high of today. Price might leave this area untapped. I mean, this might be the high of the day, and rest of the day might be choppy. I mean, price might go push a little further. I believe price is going to push a little further. I don't know. I mean, this kind of drop could have been something too easy, and this looks a little easy too. I don't think inside of a slow and choppy day like this, I don't think that I'm going to see a clear expansion lower like that. If it turns back higher, it takes my profit. If it doesn't, I learned something new. I'm winning either way. All right. Let me check the 5-minute once again. This 5-minute 20 simple moving average is looking nice, I guess. I don't want to see price spending too much time below this 200 simple moving average and this 20. Price might turn back lower if it does a crossover once again. But it would be really nice if price turns back higher without making that cross and eventually reclaiming this over here. And if price can reclaim this level, it looks like it might. I don't see a strong bearish momentum right now. There are some little imbalances, one here and another here, but yeah, let's keep watching. By the way, this trend-based Fibonacci extension, if I see that this was the reversal point, I mean this expansion over here was the reversal, I'm going to start from here, put my first one here, and then I will anchor it on the pullback. So when I do like this price closing above this one level is confirmation of the bullish structure shift, and this is a possible place to see retracements. Price taking out this and then retracing, and if price can keep going higher, price might eventually come close to these levels, this over here. But since today has been really choppy and slow, I don't know, maybe price might stay shy away from that. But yeah, this high was already invalidated, right? this high. So I cannot draw a Fibonacci from that high, right? I'm talking about the normal Fibonacci. And this high was invalidated as well. Price already took this. I mean, Fibonacci like that, looking at looking at these levels would be meaningless, right? And the closest high over here is this one. And I believe price might keep pushing uh, keep pushing a little more to tap this 74 or 79 levels. I would like to see that happening, and maybe this 62 level on this whole of the day. From this point, it doesn't look very good. I didn't want to see this kind of things. A weekly candle, it is looking really weird. I don't know what happens at this point. I honestly don't know. I'm just going to carry my position, because we might see something like that, cross and another cross, because it's been really slow and choppy. It's possible to see a 5-minute SBS over here, all the way back to this high. This consolidation area might work as a support level. And if you look at the 30-minute chart or 15-minute, I don't know. PM session likes taking something out from lunch. It happens a lot. I don't really know how and why, but I see this happening a lot. If lunch is just choppy, price might take the high and low, both of them, lunch levels. Or if it is like that, price might just take a little part of it, because lunch is expanding. Price might just take this and then turn back higher. I don't know. Also, I feel like I don't carry my positions a lot. Well, we are still sitting on our long positions. Ömer asks, I was on a lunch break. That was a great idea. I think I might go for a lunch break as well. I am really feeling hungry. And at this point, I just got tired of narrating price. I still believe this is going higher, at least until this Fibonacci levels. Let me show it once again. These levels over here, this Fibonacci 74 or 79 levels. I believe this is still going higher, but I am feeling hungry. Oh, what happened to this one? I totally forgot about this. This is still going. Well, just a little profits. Okay. I will just leave it here. And I will take a lunch break as well. Let me write it here. I will get some snacks. Okay, lunch break. I will see you guys soon. I'll come back after I get some snacks. I think you can take a rest as well. We have been watching the price for hours. It's been 4 hours. Wow. That's a great development. We can patiently wait for 4 hours in front of the chart. Yeah, we are getting there. I will go for a lunch break. And then I will be back. I'll see you guys. Alright guys, I am
Stop
back,
filled.
and this is unfortunately taking the stop loss. So maybe I was just wrong. Just give me a second. This stop loss is over here, and okay, stop taken. Alright, I can live with that. That was our one and done for today, I guess. We could see some profits, but it couldn't keep expanding, but that's okay. That was just another experience for today, I guess. And I really didn't expect this drop so soon. Yeah, I think this was a nice trading day. I think we can just be done for today at this point. Nasdaq was just not being so pretty today. Even though it was bullish, it couldn't come to this midpoint over here. Couldn't tap this one, just received the reaction from the 200 SMA. Yeah, this kind of stuff happens sometimes. I believe we had a Trump speech today near the session close, and there is 1 hour left for it. Maybe I should have considered this, and maybe I should have exited the position from the position a little bit earlier. But yeah, this kind of stuff happened. It was a nice day. I believe we experienced some good stuff. We saw some lolly stuff. This natural gas. Did it took the stop over here? Yeah. Came back all the way back. Came all the way back lower to this level and then turned back higher. Okay. All right. I mean, it wasn't so easy today. What is this level over here? All right. I am done for today. I am closing the accounts on loss, and I don't really care about that loss. And I kind of feel like I should experience this kind of things so I can get used to it, I guess. Because in the past, losing positions like this after going to profits a little, or after getting real close to the areas I plan to take partials and then reversing back lower, I mean, it used to hurt a lot. It used to feel really bad. But right now it is just the way it is, and I just accept it. So I really enjoyed today's live session. I will see you guys on the next one. If you guys have any questions, you may ask those questions on Twitter, on DMs. So I will see you guys tomorrow. Take care of yourselves. Let me end this. You are welcome, AJ. See you soon.